Alrighty. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Hush House. Um, I, uh, I am very excited for this. I've been itching to get back to it. Uh, just getting more and more back into Book of Hours reminds me why I loved it in the first place. I haven't played it in forever just because I ran into other things in life. Again, apologies for the delay. I ended up having a lot of unexpected errands today, and I had to bike everywhere. So I've used up almost all of my health and core, so let's get right back into it. Right, so, when we last left off, we've now managed to uncover all the way over to Earl Bryan's field, which includes the Earl's U. The area, one of the areas that allows us to actually end the game. However, we're a bit more ambitious than that. There's a couple more places that we have to restore in the main portion of the house, namely this staircase, this room, and this staircase. But other than that, the vast majority of the main building of Hush House has been fully restored. So, we now have two directions that we can go. One of them is into the literal depths of the house, the caves underneath the castle. And the other is this building back here, Cucurbit Prison. Also, we can probably, continue climbing the Goldscry Tower. But that's a minor thing. And the Newman books we have thus far, I don't think particularly many. We do have, and I remember this from last time, we got it two times ago, The Sun Disfigured. I think that's it? I don't recall us having any more Newman books. Oh no, there was one. Where did we put it? I recall that we slept in the bed. Right, it was next to right here. The 3-3 St. Chiavi manuscript. Yes. So we have the Sun Disfigured and the St. Chiavi 3-3. I believe that is it, because as I recall, most of the other Newman books are somewhere down here. So, we are ending out winter and into early spring. There's some in the Cucurbit, yeah. We're going to be trying to uncover both areas, but it's around here where the restoration efforts start getting very difficult, because the numbers that you have to reach get a little bit ridiculous. Which means we're going to have to get further into crafting. Which might take some time. Because to get further into crafting, we have to upgrade our skills, and possibly also our, our elements. Just to get better at things. As it stands, finishing up here, we would just need 8s or 9s. 9 in a lot of things, 8 in heart or knock. Are you gonna abuse Newmans when you get them? By abusing Newmans, you mean using them as standard memories? to get access to very powerful amounts of aspects. I mean, I don't see why not. If they weren't intended to be used that way, then they probably wouldn't be able to be used that way. I'm certain that the designers could have added to basically everything like a little no Newman for anything that takes memories. I've heard of people not using them, I guess. I mean, I figure by the time that we're able to use them, we've probably already mastered getting other high tier memories. So we may not even need them, but we'll see. I suppose we'll get there. I haven't abused them, I think, to a ridiculous extent in my other run through, and that's partially because I made the mistake the first time through of thinking that reading a book with a Newman would lock me into that Newman's, like, ending path. I did not realize that you can do that without committing yourself to anything. So, my first time through, I didn't use them for just non-commitment reasons, because I was looking for Hyksos in order to unlock a specific Newman book I wanted to read. A child's treasury of golden afternoons, or something like that. Right. So, let's unpause time. It's a cloudy day. Once again, nothing particularly fancy. Let's see if we can use that cloudiness for anything. You could probably get this undisfigured once you have someone who speaks crack track. Yeah. Also, once we finish up the main house, I think it's probably about time that we can start inviting people over. I think that once the affair of Apollo and Marsyas is finally finished, we should be able to put together a little soiree, so to speak, a salon, and see what we can get out of that. Because in my other playthrough, due to House of Light coming out once I was already well into the late game, I've never actually done mid-game House of Light content before, and I want to see how it helps things. Because I know that one of the things you get out of it is lessons learned, which is extremely nice as a way to get more of them when you're either having bad luck on books or just are at the point where you've gotten all the lessons that you can from your books and have to wait for Oriflammes to give you more. Also, this is something that I was very interested in hearing about. I learned this elsewhere. That when they give you various people for the sake of, like, hey, they're coming for this affair, and you get, like, one every season. Once you have a person's calling card, you can invite them over, and if they are, like, available for the current affair, whatchamacallit, the current event, basically. You can basically speedrun the events by inviting people out of season. And I'm kind of interested to try that out, because that sounds very fun. Why not summon all of them? Hush House Parade. Yeah, that's kind of my idea, but I am going to have to get better at cooking. So let's actually start practicing on that front. So, for the day, as we normally do, let's go ahead and use one of our shafts along with a half crown to see who's available, just in case we get someone good. And then let's see. There are quite a lot of recipes in this game, and it can be a little bit overwhelming. I know that for a fact. Righto. Let's see. Is there anything that we can start cooking with right now? I'm not certain. Well, either way. Not summer yet, so we can't really get the veggies. If you buy multiples of the same thing, that doesn't stack normally. It gets real goofy. But you can buy like 40 flour at a time and just take of the infinite font of grains. That would be very funny. I'm not certain I'll abuse that. That does sound like an unintended exploit. We'll see how tedious things get. And honestly, I kind of like the idea of planning a party for several days. Right. Ah, yes, we can get we get more pears, basically. When were they available? Summer and autumn. So spring's going to be a little bit awkward to cook in, because we just have more stuff available. However, we probably can at least get a few things done with what we have. I know we actually also do have an order coming in from Cater and Hero, so I think we did get some foodstuffs there. So maybe we wait for that. In the meantime, though, apologies. I'm going to be gathering yet more Blue Crown, because Blue Crown is always excellent. I'll use core for this one. And we'll take a nice walk on the moors as well, using our Fett for this one. Fur and feathers. And go beachcombing, also with Fett. Helen Hollow should do. Honey Scar Jasmine, once it's in season, it's decent. Not a bad idea. Really, my one problem with getting tons of flowers is that I never have enough space to put them in places. Meanwhile, what should I read today? Let's see if we can get a general rate of around a book a day. For the knife should bring us up to 6. So we would need a nectar memory. Oh wait, no, never mind. It's written in Keelasimi. I forgot that Thirza Blake is weird like that. Never mind, we can't read the Berry book yet. Now, we do have a book written in Hyksos here. Can we get to 10 edge? We have 2 off of Disciplines of the Hammer, and 1 each off of Metal and Arab. So that gets us to 3. Yeah, 10 seems very far away. Though Hyksos does add 1 in and of itself, so realistically we only actually need 9. Reaching 11 scale would be tricky. Orchid Transfiguration's birth is a very, very potential possibility. We do have Arab, which gives us 2 Grail right off the bat. Great Signs and the Great Scars gives us another 3, so that's already 5. Yeah, I think this is doable, actually. 5 between Arab and our skill. I know that the spice scales will bring us up to 6, so we just need a memory that gives us 2 more Grail. And I think a Beguiling Melody should be just the ticket. Ah! I'm being told to hydrate. I will do so. Give me a moment. Thank you so much, Lillian. I really do need to set those up at some point. I apologize for how slow the rollout of features to this channel has really been. I'm mostly just vibing, and I'm having fun. So I do things when I like feel the energy to do them, but I will try to ramp things up in the coming months. Right. So we've got that book. We're reading that book in order to understand a bit better about the Orchid Transfigurations. This is just how I let Twitch know I'm here and not a robot. Ah, I see. Ah, an unusual nun. Ah, hi Bippy. Thank you so much for coming. So Nock, Moon, and Grail. Let's see. Alright, can we get to 10 Moon? Because that way we could break into the caves underneath. The Nun will give us 4 Moon right off the bat. We could get 1 Moon from the clouds, but I'm pretty sure we can do better. And we would do better. No, wait. Salt only gives 1 Moon. Contradiction! Right, I forgot Contradiction gives Moon. How much? 2 Edge and 1 Moon. Yeah, it's still just 1 Moon. Which reminds me, I need to change this to specify that Moon is MO. Because we don't want to confuse it with Moth. Come to think of it, one moon might actually be the best we can do, which is unfortunate. Okay. So let's say that one moon is the best we can do. Trist would give us another moon, so that would be 6 moon in total. Confounding Parable. Do we have a Confounding Parable book? Intuition. Pattern, Revelation. Here's all of our music. This is all Fear. Earth Sign. Solace. Salt. I don't know if we found an Intuition book yet, at least not that we've currently read. We've got Storm. There's the quarantine for books that are infected with bloodlines. Keeper's Skin, Chionic Theoplasma. Yeah. Intuition. I don't think we have any, which is unfortunate, and similarly, no Confounding Parables. Lamory from Limerick. I don't know what that means. But okay, let me keep thinking here. So Clouds plus Trist will get us 2 moon. Then the Nun gives us 4. Oh, that was not a suggestion, but an exclamation. I see. So that's 6 total. So basically, between food and drink, we would need to get 4 more moon. Oh, and a tool. 3 more moon from food and drink because we could give the lunar globe. Sorry. So, let's look for moon in our food and drinks. Mackerel gives 2 moon. As do pilchards. And we have plenty of pilchards. So now we just need a drink that gives exactly 1 moon, which I'm pretty sure a lot of drinks give at least 1 moon. Oh! Eigengrau is drinkable. Yeah, we've got this. Literally well water, I think. Oh, yeah, good point. Let me check that. Oh, heck yeah. Isle water. There we go. Alrighty. Let's go ahead and pour out some Isle water. Come on. And we'll also take a moment to draw up some more. Right. Adding Trist. Oh, lots of things happening. Oh, serpentinite slab. Ah! A stray cat! That'll be something we do in a minute. For the time being, the stray cat is just gonna be, we have... Oh, wait. Is it just gonna stay in our inventory until we, Can I put it down somewhere? There we go. Let's see. Got some potential storage over here. This is where I'm going to put the slab, I think. As usual, I tend to like using these, the Abbey windows for flowers. And there we go. So now let's get another couple things cooking. First off, a bit of work for money. Then, just because we're only reading one book a day doesn't mean that we shouldn't still be cataloging books that are currently uncatalogued. Because we've got a bunch more over here. We'll use our Faust for this one. Okay. Ava's desk is good for Grail. With a beguiling melody in our ears, through the lens of the great signs and the great scars, using Arab, and finishing things off by studying these spice scales. We have just enough Grail to understand the Orchid Transfiguration's birth. The second volume of a compilation of quasi-Rosicrucian allegories, supposedly by Robert Flood. This is in the original Latin. Chat with the nun about the weather. 3 flowers hath the tree. Ooh, interesting. I might be able to just read this one right away. It's actually a very simple one. Should be doable with Rites of the Roots. Let's see here. You probably want... Yes, the Nona desk, because that's the one with nectar on it. Yeah, we can kind of just do this. And meanwhile... another baronial period. Right. Got the weather. Now, we feed her pilchards. keep fixing and mending. A Shape in Smoke. Ambrose Westcott's exposition on tobacco blending and the Oracles of the Pipe. It's a pyroglyphics text, which... I love Ambrose Westcott so much. He's such a character. Just... your most stereotypical, like... high society, refined hedonist that loves pipe smoking, and like recreational metalworking, and he's so delightful. And alchemy. He did love alchemy, yep. Admittedly, I kind of meant alchemy when I said recreational metalworking. But I suppose those are different things. Right. And next up... one more baronial. This one we will use our whist. There is a replacement pitcher of Isle Water. Now for a glass of water. Lovely, lovely. You know what? One more run of beachcombing to see if we can get even more pilchards. Hunting Journals of Brian DeWolf. Interesting. So Brian was the son of the third Baron Brankrug. That would be Walter. But Brian was never actually one of the barons. I suppose he was a second son, most likely. No, no. Hendrik, Thomas, Walter, Musgrave, Gideon. Oh! Might have been the first son, but died before he could take over. That's also possible. Read the journal and find out. I see, I see. Can we read the journal right now? It is 8 scale, which is a little bit much for us with the current setup. We could probably do it if we focus a day around it, but... yeah, that would be 3 plus 1 from our health. Then a memory that gives 2 scale, which we have some of. Notably, I believe the Savage Hymn, yeah, gives 2 scale. And... yeah, that's 4, 5, 6. We would need... I think the knife also gives 1 scale. Or no, it was the hourglass. The knife gives... right, nectar. So we would need the hourglass for 1 scale, and then we just have to get lucky on a roll, I suppose. next book. Or no. I'll save the shaft. Let's use the whist. That's Dawn Period. So that's going to be a higher chance of contamination. That's 9 Moon. I think that's very close to what we need. Yep. All we need now is the Lunar Globe. Shaft for more fixing and mending. Isaac of Karth's History of the Shadowless Kings. Ooh, that's that's 14 rows. That's gonna be a late game book. Flood, or pseudo-flood, suggests alignments between the alchemical tradition of Rubedo and the older Grail traditions, through the Pine Knight's quest for the Cinnabar Cup. Interesting. Yeah, linking Rubedo to Grail, when Rubedo is part of the alchemical cycle, which is more of a forge thing, but definitely the thing called reddening probably has some Grail influence. Seek the cup in the birthing bed, the Pine Knight is told. The midwife at the birthing bed, to his amazement, is the Mountain Mother. In a fit of awe, he both gelds and flays himself. The vigilant storm bursts joyfully from the remains. As I recall, this is a very drenched in metaphor understanding of the relationship between the Grail and the Thunderskin. Resurgences and emergences, and it's a satisfaction memory. Okay. Satisfaction goes down here with the cookbooks. We've essentially got 2 cookbooks, and also the Orchid Transfigurations Volume 2, which is an interesting combination of books to have on this shelf. We can grab resurgences and emergences. But alchemy really gets into Grail at high levels, and a little bit of eugenics, but nobody likes to talk about that, and the morality can be worked around with clones. Can it really? And so now, the pool here is filled with rusting and rotting wheels. Was this some attempt to block it, or were the wheels thrown down the well above as offerings? In either case, it'll need to be cleaned out, and suitable offerings made to appease the powers to whom this place is holy. Alrighty. It's appropriate that we're unlocking this with a nun who is implied to be a sister of the Triple Knot. Let me see. Never used the workstation in there much. Ah, and here we go. So, Ernestine Peterhans. Oh, hey, it's Peterhans again. Records her observations of the growths of trees and flowers around the Isle and the omen's importance she attempts to draw from them, particularly the yew tree in Earl Brian's meadow, whose flowerings are sometimes eccentric. Ernestine observes that in years when the tree flowers black, troubling secrets arise. When it flowers red, war and fires follow, and that no de Wolf heir has ever been born in a year when it flowers white. Right, interesting, yes. Okay, so as a reminder from what we discovered last time, the black flower refers to the velvet. So troubling secrets arise. Yeah, the velvet is the hour of secrets. Although it's interesting that when the velvet is effectively in control of Calyptra, that means that secrets come up instead of being buried back down. That's interesting and kind of out of character for the velvet. Unless there's something I'm not getting here. When it flowers red, war and fires follow. Now, the red flower, as I recall, was, shoot, which one was it? Right, the mare in the tree, I believe it was. Let me just double check that with my notes, but I'm pretty sure I remember that properly. Yes, the mare in the tree. The velvet is ultimately an hour of protection. Maybe she lets you know one or two secrets as a treat and for your own good, and if you question her offerings, they go away. That makes sense. That makes perfect sense to me. So yeah, the mare in the tree, I'll be honest, I actually don't know all that much about the mare in the tree off the top of my head, but I do know that the mare in the tree is an hour from nowhere, and they tend to be a little bit dangerous in comparison. So, war and fires, I see. And no de Wolf heir has ever been born in a year when it flowers white. Now, we remember the deal with the white flower of the Calyptra. We determined it was the Madrigad. And that's at least partially an hour of winter, meaning death and stillness. Some books say the dangers of nowhere are exaggerated for the hour's benefit. That is fair. It is mostly just the shadow of the glory. Let me actually quickly try to check some stuff about the mare in the tree. Tied to gossip and seduction. Interesting. Okay. So the references to war and bloodshed aren't necessarily because the mare in the tree is an hour of war and bloodshed, but it's an hour that causes strife in other ways that probably lead to bad things. And yeah, no de Wolf heir has ever been born in a year when it flowers white. That's because that's associated with winter. And in general, unfortunately, it's long since past the time when it would have flowered golden. When the sun and splendor would have been the third member of the Calyptra. Ernestine attempts to use the tree's growth to advantage in her business affairs, but it fails. She is evidently very concerned when Hendrik de Wolf's grandson Giles runs off with the pale trollop Hafren in a year when the tree flowers white. she begins to fear she's entirely misinterpreted all the relevant omens. She is deeply concerned for the continuation of the De Wolf line and prays for Giles' return. Gossip Memory and Leaves and Thorns. Would have been a time of oracles under the golden flower, I'm certain. Source, it came to me in a dream. Honestly, considering how this universe works, people in universe can absolutely cite "it came to me in a dream," and I think everyone will just kind of accept that. Now we have Resurgences and Emergencies, which we are immediately going to upgrade. There we go. Anyway, this was a Gossip Memory, which... Where did we put Gossip? I'll know it when I see, Oh no, I think it was up here-ish. No? Ah, no, Gossip was here. Right. I remembered it was with Humors of a Gentleman. And now 3 Flowers, Half the Tree is our second book of Gossip. Contraband Flotsam. And a little bit of cash. Level 2 Resurgences and Emergences. New room. This is the Sacred Spring. Or, yeah. The eye marked on the rocks here is not the watchman's eye that decorates the church above, but the eye that marks the Temple of the Wheel in dreams. The priests of the sun would tell you there was no sight before the rising of the sun, but those who've drunk from the spring will dream of another sun, one that swung lower in the sky, one that would speak with us, one that would accept friendly gifts of blood from us. Egg unhatching, I'm guessing. That's actually something that I didn't think of before. I always thought that the low red sun that's sometimes referenced was its own thing, but I've recently been reading some commentary that seems to connect it with the egg unhatching, which makes a certain amount of sense. That was one of the gods from stone, and it would explain where that low red sun went. Ah, we are officially in summer. Egg and hatching is a weird one for me. I like them, though. I saw the theory recently. It was on the Cultist Simulator Reddit. Which, honestly, there's a lot of great discussion going on there. I know how people feel about Reddit sometimes, but I feel like the more niche your community, and especially the more, like, for a community like this one, where everyone's crazy well-read, it's generally pretty good. The theory basically went that the unwise mortal So, okay. Our understanding of the Aegon hatching has a lot to do with the hour now known as the Watchman, or the Door in the Eye. So, it's a combination of two things. An unwise mortal, and the actual Aegon hatching itself. The unwise mortal and the egg somehow managed to make their way to the glory and sort of fuse together into the hour now known as the Watchman, or the Door in the Eye. They're an hour of seeking knowledge, effectively, which is why the Watchman's Tree has that name. It's under the protection of the Watchman overall, even though Calyptra is also kind of in charge, and so is the Chancel, and all this other stuff. But the assumption has always kind of been that the unwise mortal was just was essentially one of the people heavily involved in the Lithomachy, which, for those who don't know, the Lithomachy is one of the big events that we know of happening in... You know what? It's time. I need to actually explain some lore. Because I realize that this is not going to make sense unless people know what gods from stone actually are. So, the way that gods, i.e. the hours, we've been referring to them as the hours, but they're basically the gods of the setting, function, is that there's classifications of them that are based on their origin. There are gods from light, gods from blood, gods from stone, gods from flesh, and gods from nowhere. I think that's all of them. I may be missing one of the classifications, but that covers a lot of the important ones. So, to define them. In Cult of Simulator, there's this sort of... Or not Cult of Simulator. In the Secret Histories universe, there's this sort of, above reality, there is a place of endless light that leaks through in the cracks between the worlds. That's the glory. And it's kind of the central point of, like, knowledge and understanding and everything. Like, stuff that is yellow, like Auroral Contemplations here, they often have to do with the glory. Gods from light are gods that come from the glory itself. So, for example, the sun in splendor is a god from light. Then there are gods from flesh. These are gods who were once mortal humans, or mortals in general. They don't technically have to be humans, but I think almost all of them are. These are effectively ascended humans. Now, this is not the only way that a human can become a god, but it's one of only two ways. Then we have gods from blood. This is the other way a mortal can become a god, but they don't have to be mortals. A god from flesh was definitely a mortal. A god from blood was not necessarily a mortal. Gods from blood happen through sacrifice. And then you have gods from nowhere, which I've mentioned that nowhere is the shadow of the glory. Basically, whereas the glory is above, nowhere is down below. It's endlessly dark, and it's kind of associated with rotting and with decay. That's where worms come from, for example. Worms that infest the world and people in it. Those come from nowhere. And there are gods that come from nowhere. They're kind of the mirror image of the gods from light. And then finally, we have the gods from stone. These are the original gods. Back in the day, there was a group of gods that were the gods from stone. They were called things like, the flint, the tide, the wheel, the egg unhatching. These were the things that were worshipped by our ancestors, the Carapace Cross. Or if you don't know what the Carapace Cross is yet, let's just assume they were the ones that were worshipped by cavemen. That's not true, but it works for this idea. So these are all things that are very important to the beginnings of humanity. Flint makes fire. The tide is both the life-giving sea and the blood that runs through your veins. The egg unhatching is the low red sun. It's the thing that we used to use for light before the glory entered the world. Because in this universe, the sun is actually more recent than Earth, which is interesting. But yes. And the wheel is kind of it's time. It's the ever-turning march forward of time. Now, the new gods, the beings that became some of the first of the more modern hours that we know, subverted or destroyed all of the gods from stone. The tide was swallowed by the Grail. I don't remember exactly what happened to the wheel. Oh, and I forgot the Horned Axe. The Horned Axe is the one remaining god from stone. I think. Yeah, that's, like, early weaponry. And a couple of other things. It's complicated. But yes, the tide was swallowed by the Grail. The Forge, destroyed the flint, which, I mean, that's a metaphor for how metallurgy ended up succeeding. The old way we made tools and weapons, used to use the arts of shaping. In this case, the literal arts of shaping flint. And that was our god of production. But then we learned about metallurgy, and flint was destroyed by the Forge. And the egg unhatching gets, along with the unwise mortal, becomes the Watchman, and they combine into something greater. This entire process of the destruction of the gods from stone is called the lithomachy, which is playing on an ancient Greek term. If you've ever heard of the Gigantomachy or the Titanomachy, these are ideas in Greek mythology. Machia means war. So the Titanomachy, or Titanomachia, would be the War of the Titans. And these are things that happened in Greek mythology where the Olympian gods fought and defeated the Titans. Lithomachy, litho is the prefix for something that is related to stone and minerals. So it means the War of Stone. And yeah, so that's a big thing. So getting back around to what we were talking about, the unwise mortal takes the egg unhatching, and they both go into the glory together and become the Watchman. Now, this technically makes the Watchman simultaneously a god from stone, a god from light, and a god from flesh. Because it's made of 1 part mortal, 1 part god from stone, and 1 part the influence of the glory. And a lot of the time, people assume the unwise mortal's motives for this to have been selfish, basically wanting to be a god and basically participating in the lithomachy. But I saw a theory that it's actually the opposite, that the unwise mortal was originally essentially the watchman, the guard of the egg unhatching, back when it was the thing we sacrificed blood to in order to gain light. And by doing so, like basically during the Lithamaki, when all the other gods were dying, the Watchmen, the unwise mortal, took the egg on hatching and fled, and they fled into the glory as a way of trying to save themselves, or more specifically as a way of the unwise mortal trying to save the egg on hatching. And that attempt turned them into the Watchmen, the door in the eye. It's just a theory, there's no real evidence for it, but I think it's a compelling concept. Definitely something someone could write a book about. Anyway, I've been yapping for a long time. We have a gale. So what can we do with it? Probably read a... sky book. Or a heart book. One of the harder ones of those. Let's see here. This, I think, is within our grasp. We only have one sky from skills, but in terms of sky... Or, sorry, from elements, but in terms of sky from skills... We do get 2 from Bells and Brasieries. So that would be 5. 6 right off the bat. Beguiling Melody has another 2 or no, wait. We already have the memory. 6 plus 1 is 7. Seven, yeah. A little bit hard to get to 10 from there. We could very simply get to 8. Do we have Sacre Limier? No, we don't. Yeah, I think the Damascene Traditions of the House of Lethe would be a good option here. Okay. Sky. Right, it's this one. This is the Sky Desk. And add the Astrolabe. We're going to need to babysit this one a little bit, because we do have some dissonance. Meanwhile, take a moment to read there. And then let's see today's unusual help. Yeah, see, now these are getting into 11s, and also 14s. And our initial talking for the day is going to be feeding the cat. For which we have... Let's see if the little kitty wants some fish. Yes, we do have a Viper. As you might recall, the Viper is sitting here as the official representative of the 12th Librarian. And of course, our loyal dog is right over here. So this is now our third pet. And I will fill the house with every viper you find as a treat. I don't know if you can get multiple of the same pet. I had an experience in my original game where I had gotten the dog, and then one of the rooms in Cucurbit Prison spawned a loyal dog, and then it kind of just consolidated my two dogs into one dog. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Dawn period book. The Sevenfold Slaying of the Seven Coiled. Oh, right. I completely forgot that there was another god from stone, the Seven Coiled. Honestly, the Seven Coiled's a bit of a weird one. Goddess of serpents, mostly, but there's some other stuff there. Like, Seven Coiled has a lot to do with scale, and the Seven Coiled specifically was slain by two mortals, who would later go on to become gods from flesh and blood, respectively. The mortal who actually did the slaying went on to become the Colonel, and the priestess who was sacrificed in the to kind of fuse with the remains of the Seven Coiled went on to become the Mother of Ants. What do we got? Mr. Asan Fekri! Hi! We actually have one of his books. Remember Fekri's Herbery? Formerly, Asan was a healer. He was not human, he was Secretary Salvant of Hush House, but not all at the same time. Fussy, kind, famously foul to look upon. Righto. If I give him the book, will he be able to come back and, do stuff with the affair, or will that, like, end the sequence? A full belly makes a helpful friend. Alright, now let's put the cat somewhere a little more appropriate. Let's see. No, not Long Tower's too cold. Despite the description, oh, were you hoping to work on that desk? I can't actually put the cat on a desk. Anyway, we managed to grab Gossip once again. There we go. That's a good place for him. A musician passing by. Nectar, Rose, and Sky. Oh yes, that reminds me. What do we got here? Extra effort soul. Only connect memory. Ubisunt. Okay, so memory is gonna be our key factor here. Which means I kind of just have to pray that the timing is right. I probably should have done this earlier. Let's go ahead and reread Apollo and Marsyas. It's good to be back. Thank you for seeing me. And let's see. Ah, yeah, there we go. Not a bad effort, that one. I've learnt a little more lore since then, but I hope you still find it useful. May I take a look? Asan will examine the book and return it to you. He won't leave until his other business is concluded. This is a cute thing. I really like that the game sometimes lets you actually find the people who wrote books for that you have, and they usually have special dialogue to indicate that. There was, I note, a very funny thing that happened at some point during the development of this game, or not during the development, during the patch cycle of this game, where one of the patches was because a character was the listed author of a book that was in Latin, but the character himself did not actually know Latin. Yeah, it was very funny. If there's one thing I wish I'd known back then, it's this. And we get an extra herbs and infusions lesson out of that. Lovely. Now, let's talk about what we're actually here for. Apollo and Marsyas is to be performed again in Paris. It is a great work, librarian, in more than one sense. Law's touch is lighter than we know. When we invoke the Thunderskin, there can be unexpected consequences in the kingdoms of the lower skies. Right. Seven Faces of Icarus was the one that I gave, Azita Bukhara. I gave Mademoiselle Matutine, Humors of a Gentleman. Let's go with Seven Faces of Icarus. I am reassured. Perhaps after all, no storm will stir. Perhaps everyone will just have a good night out. It surely must happen sooner or later. The Sky, the Soul. The grand labor of Kaile, an ascetic poet writing at the court of the Shadowless Kings. There we go. No, we're not going to be able to make this one. Oof. Let's see if Ubisunt will help us out at all. It doesn't look like it. And we get a memory of regret. Note, I think it is notable that the regret memory has an image of the egg unhatching on it. Got a chunk of quartz and whispering sand. Right, and we completely forgot to actually do anything with the musician. Is there anything we remotely can do with him? I'm not certain there is. Yeah, no. I think we're good to just write the day off. Certainly in the cellar. In the cellar. I mean, technically the Shrieking Gull Cloud, but I'm not confident that we can get all the way in the time we have left today to 12 Sky. Yeah, I think that we're pretty much, we're fine writing this day off, as something of a failure and going on to tomorrow. Maybe some Gralchemy. I have a lot of winter now. Maybe. I do think I'm gonna... Those are all the nectar skills, but what about the heart skills? You know what? I'm gonna want to increase herbs and infusions later anyway, so there's no real reason not to do this. Thank you, Fekri. Got a Bronze Spintria, and of course, Aesan's card. Which means... got his address. You'll be swimming in skills from vibing with the occult boys. And that does give us an occult scrap, which might help things in the future. It's fairly late in the day, and we haven't really done all that much, so let's start fixing and mending once again. Oh yes, and you wanted us to gather some sea holly in the gardens. I think that that's fair. Honeyscar... I'm an idiot. I keep mixing up Honeyscar Jasmine with Sea Holly. I am so sorry. At the very least, we can still get one. In about 10 seconds. Sea Holly... yeah, that stat spread isn't great. Right. Gralchemy. Let's see what we can do with the Madrigad Shrine. Oh no, that doesn't work with Rhyme and Remembrance. Okay, winter, winter, winter. Sights and sensations is surprisingly material science, yeah. There's not really much point in turning Gideon's Soaks into, Solomon's Preparation. They're about the same, same tier. So, let's just go ahead and make a Bittersweet Certainty so we can see how it all works. That is fair. Solomon's Preparation is better. But at this point, I kind of... We're very close to being able to make it en masse, and that's when things are going to change massively. Oh, right. Honeyscar Jasmine's in autumn anyway, so... Moth Orchid, I guess. Actually, let me check some things. Oh, interesting. Let me actually, using metal with bells and braziers. Okay. With bells and braziers, it's bitter black salts. Does anything else have enough forge? Also bitter black salts. Westcott's we can now make Westcott's compounds as much as we want out of basically nothing. And a bittersweet certainty is... It is admittedly a very ephemeral memory. So there's no real reason to make a regret into a bittersweet certainty unless you absolutely need that lantern. But hey, at least we know it. Didn't realize that was a sound. Yeah, no, apparently it is a sound. Okay, so there were more packages inside the package. Honestly, the main reason I don't really like Sea Holly most of the time is that in these windows you can stack 2 Blue Crown, but Sea Holly's too big. You can only stack 1 per window, so they take up more space. Cater and Hero showed up. Oh shit, did they? Hold on. Ah, there it is. And we made Westcott's compounds. Another contraband flotsam. Neat. Have enough folks for a good long party? Probably. Potatoes. A bottle of milk. Canned ham. And butter. That's what we've got. Oh, heck. Uh... I have many things in my hands. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna put Westcott's compounds down on the table. These will not be served. Pick up the ham. Ham where I tried to put it earlier, but apparently failed. Pick Westcott's compounds back up. These compounds, for the time being, I'm gonna... I hate how big they are. They go here for now. We'll use them shortly. You know, actually, hold on a moment. Flour. Flour. Sugar. The refill button is peaked with order forms. Oh, I should probably try that. Hold on a second. Oh, wait, why did it put in bells and brasseries? I didn't know that that's what that button did. Neat. Double flour, sugar. More sugar. We're probably going to need a bit of both. Got milk and potatoes. That should be good for that form. And now for TRN. And while I'm at it, let's do our usual routine. Pheasant. And what the heck? Some plums too. Ah, Domaine Raveline. Not too bad. Oh, almonds too? Sure. Oh, I should have had, I should have been sending out the other one while I was finishing this one. Oh, well. Need 18. Fair point. A consulting engineer. Forge Sky Lantern. Forge. 4, 5, 6. Seven with a tool. Nine with foresight. Yeah, this is doable. Let's break our 10 shilling note. And higher. But we now unbroke our 10 shilling note. All right. Collaborate metal. Something tasty, apparently. All right. What about today's book? That's in Kilisimi. No, that's in Vac. Moth. What about Moth? Can we do stuff with Moth? Now we would need our Trist back. That's probably doable. Right. Moth. Shaven Locked Tantra would be easy. That might be what we do. Either that or Debate of Seven Cups. Debate of Seven Cups would potentially be more useful because that's a new skill altogether. So let's see if we can manage that. So that's going to be 2 Moth from that. Well, I suppose that if we're going in that direction, then we don't even need the clouds. We can just grab Impulse from Traveling at Night 1. There we go. That's 2, 4. What here has Moth? Not a lot. No matter which way we swing it, we're going to getting another 2. So that's 6. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7 from a tool. Yeah, I think 6 is good. Oh shit. Okay. We were giving her a tool. Lost a little bit of time there. That was unfortunate. I have a cup of Lapsang Souchon. Right, and God, I forgot I need hindsight or foresight. Gonna use our Frost for that one. Pickled mushrooms. Okay. Another one of those. Oh, right, it's summer. Hold on. I would need the help. I would have needed health to do that. There's Impulse. Now we're going to sit at Natan's desk. Oh, we still need to wait another 25 seconds. Now we wait another 30 seconds there. And I've been forgetting to use all of my fats. Do you think the lady from B movie ever said a bee's nuts joke for her husband? Cursed. Now. And there we go. This is De Bellis Mororum. That might be readable right away. Arab gives a little bit of edge. We'll try this one out. Oh, right, we can use Fet for Moth as well. Wood. Do I have any wood that gives moon? Doesn't look like it. What about material? We could go moth instead of moon. It'd be a little bit awkward, since the Nocturnary isn't really designed to take moth. But, we just need something that has moth and another thing. Ah! Resurgences and emergences. Perfect. That's just Tanglebrag. That's not worth it, sadly. What about other moth stations? Chancel's Shrine takes moth. Yeah, Westcott's compounds only give one moth anyway. I might just let the clouds expire. Wait. Well, first things first. We're now ready to unlock the Room of Rusts. The ceiling has collapsed. Rusting machinery pokes out here and there through the rubble. Clouds are widely considered the worst weather. Yeah, they are. Sack of vegetables. Sack of vegetables. And, oh, guess what? A sack of vegetables. I'm gonna leave that there for momentarily. Okay. Is there absolutely anything we can do? We could probably do this. Sickle and Eclipse into Core and add the Lunar Globe. And what the heck, we'll make some Catwing. That'll do something with it. Yeah, Edict's Marshal does do Moon, but it's less of it. Sickle and Eclipse is our best Moon skill right now. It has 3. Yeah, if nothing else, I'm glad I can make a little bit of Catwink. That's decent. The memories you get from Edict's Marshal are the best. Yeah, but we don't get to keep them for long, and we're almost out. I'm also going to go ahead and turn one of these bags of vegetables into onions. Oh, come on. Oh, right, they're one of those. They're persistent memories. I see. Apologies. Probably about time for me to hydrate. Blackberries! Excellent! Let's just find a quick place to put these veggies. You know, I really wish we could put bags of vegetables on the ground, considering they're on the ground right there. Fuck it. More pilchards, which is what I wanted. And blackberries. Also something I've wanted for a minute. And I should probably, put down this Domaine Raveline. Excited to see you make kitchen stuff. I am also excited. I actually do a bit of cooking as a hobby in real life, so this will be fun. All right, so this one is complicated. The unlock here, we need a circumstance. And basically, what we need to do is apprentice level a forge and add fuel and 2 metals. And we've got our Catwink. Two circumstances exist in the game, not a very expanded on game mechanic. Yeah, I do like the idea of sometimes you have to do something other than getting people in order to open rooms. Like in this case, what we're doing is we're operating this pump machinery to pump all of the water out of this room. But there's very limited ways that you can use that, and it would get obnoxious if we had to do it all of the time. And with some cases, like the Shadowed Stair here, where you specifically need a crafted memory, they found other ways to get around that concept. So yeah, there's a lot of things to do. All right. A sunny day. Also known as the one who has shaven his hair. This, the story goes, is the lore that even the shape-changing Venarist rejected. The Tantra speaks glowingly of those who are prepared to abandon their old self to seek a new and higher self. It warns that once the change has truly begun, past the 3rd mark, a return to the old self is dangerous and painful. Whisper your secrets into the earth, burn them in fire, scatter them in the sea. Still they will cling to your hair, the Tantra cautions. It provides an occult riddle that it claims is sometimes the answer to the riddle of the Hunter's Gate. Alright, no surprise, this is an impulse book. Right. Okay. Onions. Yeah, let's cook with core. No, that wouldn't do anything. What do we do with onions? I forget. Do we need to use skills when cooking? Because I don't think we do. I think that that's actually explicitly something we shouldn't do. Specifically spices and savors. Got it. Oh, we don't have that, do we? Okay. Let's fix that problem first and foremost. Or no, we probably need to put that in the Westcott desk. Do scales also have the spices aspect? Yes, they do. But this is a good idea anyway. 2, 3, 4, 7, 8. Yes, this is doable. I will need to once again grab foresight to do it. Right, there we go. The Ratio Quercum was the one I was looking for. Okay. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. We missed it. Oh, hey, hold on. Westengrier. Okay. Did the Fifth Eye Curse say it could do that? Wait, did that even have the... No, it was defeat when nectar is present at all. My Arab has been compromised by the green sickness, that wasteland terror, the boss comp that Abbot Thomas named Westengrier long ago. As my spirits sink lower, a creaking fear passes softly into me, like something crawling through a window left carelessly open. Your Arab has a malady. Okay. Westengrier is what the early monks of St. Brandon's called it, that old green sickness, the raptness of desolation, the terror of the wastes. It is upon me now. The wood, the wood, the wood! Now, interesting. This does give me a free nectar, which is something that we normally only get through our health. Let me check something. That would give Shapt. Skolikosovy does a lot of Shapt and Arrow. Trist. Or and Trist. Huh. Since we got a free fear memory from that, we can now... Oh wait, can we? Hold on. What? One? Oh no, the knife only gives one, right? Fuck it. No, I should have grabbed Contradiction, oh well. Let's see if, once again, if this works. Well, let's start simple with some roast potatoes. Potatoes are pretty easy to get a hold of because I believe we can pretty much just... like... hey, these are potatoes. That kind of thing. Right, so now... Ambrosial, Metal, Foresight, Transformations and Liberations, and some Spanners. Should give us just enough Forge. Okay. Wrench Book. And we've got an Earth Sign, which means that now... we can use our Westengaired Arab. Ah, one of them is soul. I think we've now used everything that we had, all the soul elements that had edge on them. Unless, at this point, we do what I'd wanted to do. Oh no, that gives health. In the inmost walled garden of the palace of the shadowless kings in Persia, there grew a yew tree older than any other. Its root was red, its flowers were black, its berries were white. The kings would leave their girl children overnight in the nest of its roots, in memory of the great mother of their line, and so their daughters were assured health, longevity, and wisdom. This is the source of all our science, and this is Bossk. A musician. As I recall... Yeah, I suppose... Okay. Can we get to 13 rows when it's already halfway through the day? Occult Scrap gives 2 rows, which is probably the highest we can really swing right now. Makes 6. You know what? I don't think we can make it right now. We definitely need to learn more about crafting before we open up the crystallized chamber. The best we can probably do with him is 11 Sky for the Howling Chamber. 4, 5, 6, 7... Eight from the Astrolabe. So we need 3 more. And 4, 6, 7, 9, 10. Is there a food item that gives us exactly 1 sky? Boiled egg, right. Okay. The roast potatoes are done. Once we get done getting the egg, I'll determine if we have the time. Right. The poem elliptically describes a war between beasts, weather phenomena, and arcane concepts. It's quite specific about their tactics. My sister got chickens. Now I am living my dream of holding birds like American footballs. Oh, wonderful! The 2-1 joined and the horned distinguished. Consequently, blood. And that's a contradiction book and Disciplines of the Scar. That's a new one. base of gorse, and sand. Gorse? Also, I've been reminded, Rhyme and Remembrance has some very nice, little bits for both. I don't know where I'm putting it yet, but the sights we name are rarely named by day. The shapes we seek are rarely sought in clay. The names we claim are often claimed as pay. The shapes that loped beside you in the frost, the scraps you gleaned of call and periost, once these were answers to what may be lost. I love that. And okay, so this one is what we were. Rhyme and Remembrance being, falling into the stories of history. The shapes that loped beside you in the frost, that's the idea of us as, like, an earlier version of ourselves, either the Carapace Cross or something even before then. The scraps you gleaned of call and periost. We know that essential periost is what remains when all else is scraped away, and once these were answers to what may be lost. Now, we know that one of the riddles of the Stag Door is what may be lost, but it's interesting that it's once these were answers to, implying they aren't anymore, meaning these have been lost. They're long ago now, and they no longer may be lost because to lose something, you have to have it in the first place. Meanwhile, the sights we name are rarely named by day. The shapes we seek are rarely sought in clay. The names we claim are often claimed as pay. This, I think, is... So, the other... Basically, where you put Rhyme and Remembrance is yet another choice between history and eternity, because this reads to me like kind of a poem about the process of ascending to being a Long in Cultist Simulator. The sights we name are rarely named by day, referring to the what you see in dreams, which you do at night. The Mansus itself. The shapes we seek, meaning what we want to be, are rarely sought in clay. Clay being just a broad reference to, like, you know, stuff that humans can conceive, stuff that we physically shape out of clay, and the names we claim are often claimed as pay. You've seen how the Long tend to lose their human identities over time. Like, what is the Baldemarian? We know that it's, Teresa Galmir. But she kind of gives up that name, in a way. It's very rare, I think, that we actually see a Long continue with whatever name they had as a human. They tend to take titles or things, and, also, the reference to names, being a name of an hour is also something important. So, this version of Rhyme and Remembrance is referring to the process of ascension, whereas this version is referring to the history we've left behind. Weird how longs separate themselves from history. Yeah. There we go. You know what? I'm gonna let the musician go for now. I'm gonna use that sunny day for something else. And instead I'm going to use today to prepare for other things. Brian Levinson could have made history, but he let Picasso make it instead. Yeah, true. Alrighty. Dear Day Lens. Eigengrau. Luigi singing Blister in the Sun by Violent Femmes. I have not heard that song, but, oh, let me see. Okay. Probably just a Dear Day Lens for now. I begged the god of doors for hinges, now I just swing both ways. Right. Ambrose Westcott's inventive, one might say pioneering, or indeed buccaneering, essays into kitchencraft. Westcott proudly announces his intention to transform cuisine to become an engine of alchemy, a fount of war. God, I love Ambrose Westcott. He's so funny. Westcott compares the ferocity of fire with the intensity of appetite as, in essence, one essence. A fire's ability to transform and destroy grows when it is offered the correct fuel. So, too, he implies, can a sufficiently inspired appetite allow its possessor to consume greatly, strangely, unwisely. Alright. We'll quickly learn spices and savors. Got beeswax this time. Right. And now... No, that just makes Thyrsa's cordials. Ah, right! I could just use Sea Blessed Pears and make Poire Belle Hélène. They should add cannibalism to House of Light. Oh, look what we just got! Also, that's a little bit unhinged. I don't think that that's approved of with the librarian. Also, cannibalism is less of a theme here than it was in the Fallen London universe. I mean, there's still technically the crime of the sky, but, you know, people don't like that, generally. Wait, hold on. Oh ho! But yeah, we just got our delivery from TRN. Poire Belle Hélène, a sweet dish named, of course, to celebrate Offenbach's 1865 operetta La Belle Hélène. Apparently, a New York production made an improvisation on or made an impression on Thirza Blake in her youth. So there's our dessert. Right. I think it's about time. Now that we have some Weston-Gired Arab, we can actually... Hold on a moment. Right. So we've got our order form back, and plums. Pheasant. Beef. And almonds. Oh, we had some flour. Nice. Let's order 2 more almonds. Another joint of beef for the future. And what the heck, another pheasant. That way we'll have plenty. Ah, I see how it works with what you said about stacking them. Ah, yeah, and they don't stack if they go into your inventory. Got it. I see. Alrighty. Alright. Let's do some experimentation. So we've got dough. Which is currently outside. Right. So if we take those almonds that we got... So you were talking up almonds earlier. What can you do with almonds? Almond things. Got it. So if we were to put these together into what the game calls a, I need spices and savors, an orange jumble. Let's see what that is. Now you've got the Witching Tisane. And a consulting engineer passing by. Let's see. Now this time, we're going to be using the Nona desk, because now, instead of sick health, we're using Westengrired Arab as our malady. Meringue. Alright, what about meringue? Can we make it? Yes, but I'm not telling. That's fine by me. Just don't be disappointed when I go off in a different direction than you expected. I do enjoy your assistance, but I will be doing this my own way, ultimately, so no worries there. Exactly is an orange jungle? Ooh! They should be the size of teacup rims and should curl their crisp edges, faintly pink as the underneath of a young mushroom. Lady Jekyll, Kitchen Essays. It's a pudding. A dessert of sorts. Oh, it's gone outside the house. Right. We're gonna need a spanner. Oh dear. One down there. Right. No, that just makes Thyrsa's cordials. I was trying to see if I could make like a plum pie. But no. No. Now if we add an egg here, that makes cake batter, but I'm not sure I want to make cake batter. Oh, you need batter to make... You need batter to make pies. But no, it says that you can... or used to bake various delectable pies. You know, I'm gonna stick with my original plan and make this into bread. To butter. Milk. I imagine we're going to need plenty of that. Let's go with 2 butter and 2 milk. That way we can afford the whole thing for just about a shilling, I think. Meanwhile, our sunny day, we should use... let's see. And we have crusty bread. Use bread with a knife and mushrooms, ham, pilchards, or other savory things, or add apples and spice for a classic English pudding. How in the world do we get apples? I genuinely have no clue. Of course it's the Bloody Moors. Which reminds me. Bread plus knife. Fried mushrooms on toast. That's apparently tastier with fresh mushrooms, which we probably get from the Bloody Moor again. Pilchards on toast. Make a ham and cheese toasty. And, of course, our original plan. Plum croutons. Let's go with this. Right, where did we have her doing stuff? Right, over here. The jail bridge still stands, but charred and twisted. It groans dangerously in the wind. A fire, then, but what fire does this? It's as if someone had trailed a match flame along a bridge of wax. On the far side, the gate stands wide. When the bridge is repaired, I can enter the jail. So yeah, we're now reading Letters to My Successor, Advice from Gervinus von Loren, 11th Librarian of Hush House, to the one who will come after him. This is a book that is addressed to us specifically. Ah, wall art, excellent. We're gonna do this while we're wandering around in the Flood Gallery. Plum croutons. That's another pudding. One should never make this with plums that are not ripe enough to eat. One is quite serious. Actually, wait. Can we... Wait, oh my god, this could be huge. Right. Okay. Egg, bowl, sugar makes meringue. We can use our Weston Gyred Arab for cooking. Oh my god, that's huge. We have infinite cooking now. Oh, there we go. Wall art. Excellent. We're wandering around the Flood Gallery, and we let our eyes settle on Glory's Gift. A human figure is silhouetted against a blazing sun. Yeah, I'm focusing... I ended up accidentally making a lot of different puddings. We should still be vaguely good, because I know how to make a main course. No worries there. Got Ava's locks. And more serpentinite. Oh, here we go. Rankrug Jail, built in 1896 at the behest of Nocturnal Branch to contain troubles unseemly and occult. A mere 6 years later, after the Ortruccio incident, the branch came itself to be considered unseemly and occult, and its functions were absorbed into the Suppression Bureau, but the jail still stands. Over the gate is the Bureau's motto, Alice si licet, tibi non licet, commonly rendered as, it is permitted to us, it is not permitted to you. What a bunch of jerks. You could probably also translate that as the absolute classic phrase, rules for thee and not for me. Oh god, what am I gonna do with this serpentinite? Here. There we go. Some of the advice is practical. Don't worry about losing the house key, always close the seaward windows, make sure you feed the cockatoo. Much more of it is rarefied, specifically about the Inks of Revelation, and some of it relates to Von Loren's own doom. When I was another, I made a foolish wager with the Hooded Princes to solve 7 riddles. I had not realized the riddles would be set by me for the one I would become. 6 are resolved. The 7th will be the end of me. It waits now in the cellar of the jail, where Collars still believes I can keep it confined. But the first riddle told me I would not see the second dawn. Revelation. Alrighty. I want to put Revelation in a place that I associate very heavily with Lantern. As far as I know, there aren't that many Revelation books. This shelf will do for now. Oh dear, we still have so much left. Probably should have done more stuff, but I was distracted by cooking. Oh! There was intuition. We did have one. We never ended up needing it, but damn. I can use Fet in a moment. That's still going. I'll just let the others slide. Meringue. Add to milk for a legendary dessert, or with spicing, add to apples or pears, even to mushrooms if you're feeling perverse. Alright. Now. Let's stop fucking around. And make something real good. And marinate some beef in Domaine Raveline. What the heck? A rainy summer day. Also, Inks of Revelation. This is an important crafting one because the inks crafting are the ones that tend to give you actual recipes for very important inks. We'll get to using the rain in a bit, but I think that there is a good use for it. Oh, I should probably be picking Agave Eterna while we're still in summer. going to take a quick break from cooking to use our Arab to instead read a book. We are reading The Beekeeper's Ends. Dialogues with bees and uses for honey, as erratically recorded by Ricardo Milagro, gardener of Hush House in Musgrave's time. Never mind. Of course, I'm an idiot, and I'm using all of the nectar skills at the moment. So instead, we are in fact going to cook this beef. The Moon's Egg. Third and last volume of the Meditations of Abbot Thomas of the Abbey of the Black Dove. Oh, we can read that one right away. Moon's easy. Tryst and Sickle and Eclipse immediately gets us to it. I'll moon your egg. I don't know what that means. And hey, when we do that, we get some drippings out of it. And now, we're going to take those potatoes that we made earlier. Oh, wait. Oh, we need to do this before the potatoes are cooked. Hold on. Roast potatoes magnificently. Right. So a main course, a side dish, a pudding, and I believe we need a first course, so... what would a first course even be? It's a musician. When in doubt, boiled egg. That's fair. Which Reminds me. Should be getting more eggs whenever I have the chance to. Musician. Does have nectar. Do we need nectar for anything down here? Nectar isn't used super often for unlocking new rooms, so I think we're good. I would pog up for the Rowanarium. Right. 2 fat. Let's actually think about that. 4 plus 2. Probably plus 2 since we can use our occult scrap. That's 8 already. We would need 5 more. Now, the lunar globe will give 1, so we would need 4 from foods and drinks. Evening Isle's coffee. Right, Roscragon whiskey. And then we would just need a food that gives 2 rows. I remember rosehip jam being a thing. And I think that blackberry jam might have done something similar, but... yes, rosehip jam. Let's do it. This time we get more honey. Annals of St. Brandon's. Oh, Chionic Theoplasma. That goes in the quarantine. That is a valuable one that we're going to want to deal with sooner rather than later. Theoplasmic contamination and at least 7 heart. Menace Gate Reflections can be used against Theoplasmic contamination, but we would need a lot more heart. Another Wild Viper. I mean, I suppose let's see soon if this was actually a bug. What I experienced previously. Driftwood. Okay. Wonder. Abbot Thomas speaks of the coming death he hears in the sound of the waves, but rejoices that his blood will water the egg of the moon, by which he seems to mean the future. Okay. Oh, hold on. I need to, unfatigue my fat. Magnificent roast potatoes. It's the dripping that elevates it. Roast potatoes are a feast for the senses, but the dripping deepens the flavor profile, makes the experience continue through the machinery of the mouth to become a kind of journey. Okay. Also, vegetables. Would you mind being leeks for me? Excellent. And, what the heck? Add the rose hips. Donor desk, and this time we have Rites of the Roots, the Rain, all that good stuff, along with the Beekeeper's ends, and we just need one more. Which I know we could use the knife, but... Is there nothing else that's nectar? Ah, well. I guess we'll use the knife. Kragan whiskey, there we go. The last chapter was dictated, not written, by Abbot Thomas. When Thomas's old sword brother Trive returned to raid the abbey, Thomas had broken his monastic oaths and taken up arms to defend the abbey. The two had been mortally wounded. Thomas's last words are, "The wheel turns, the moon sleeps." Interesting. Ah, a confounding parable. Okay. Trive is not Torg. Confirmed. Torg can only die to Deerday. Yeah, true. Are you drinking, streamer? Yes, yes. Right. Grapes. Now that we have access to Confounding Parables, that actually helps us out quite a bit. That's our first double moon, I believe. And it's also a double rose, which we did have with intuition, but now we've got two possibilities for it. Right. Musician has taken the Roscragon whiskey. All right. Let me tell you about a thing that's been confusing me for a while, Mr. Traveling Musician. Milagro spends an entire chapter on his hatred of wasps, which he describes as the vile pretenders. And you know what? Good for him. I'm just gonna come out and say it. I hate wasps. I've had a fear of bees for some time because I got stung when I was a kid, as well as some other incidents that I honestly don't really want to get into because they're kind of disturbing. Thankfully, nothing that happened to me, but something that I saw happen to someone else. And I realized a little bit later that all the things I saw were not bees, they were wasps. I have become much more okay with bees. I have never become more okay with wasps. And collaborate Fett. Milagro claims that bees retain many traditions passed down from earlier and greater branches of their species, but that they are fiercely jealous of these traditions being passed to lesser insects, and insist above all on an oath of secrecy. Tragically, therefore, he is unable to describe these more substantial and powerful traditions. That's Impulse and Insects and Nectars. Right. Oh, and I really need, not to forget this. My path is blocked by shining surfaces like curdled light. Dark shapes shift beneath. We can tap away the crystal if we're careful, but we must be careful. And there we go. Insects and nectars. The hive, the nest, and the chrysalis are the three secret principalities of the lesser world. Two of those three know the temptations of sweetness. Ooh, chandlery. Oh hey, our delivery from TRN Limited is here. Aha! I don't want the bull this time. I want to use the knife. And here's where we finally get to add onions to something to make onion rings! Another pheasant, more beef, and almonds. Okay. I'll leave that there for now. We're gonna take tuppence, add food. Excuse me a moment, I've just gotten notified about a storage space issue with my computer. I'm worried that could potentially affect the stream. I don't know if they're, like, storing the file locally on my computer or anything like that, but either way, give me just a moment to fix that. Alright, that should be enough for now. Okay. Note what the Rowanarium can take. I think it's the bottom right slot. Oh yeah, we've got 0.8 seconds left until the Rowanarium reveals itself. And there we have it. Once there was a brother and sister who loved each other greatly. They resolved that they were one soul split into two bodies, and their greatest wish was to become one. They found the hidden isle where the twins, the sister and witch, had arrived when they crossed the great ocean, and a sacred pool on which the moon shone only once a year. There they spoke with the twins in dreams, and they learned how they might become conjoined as one flesh and immortal. Now the brother's resolution failed him, and though he loved his sister, he could not choose to spend eternity joined in one flesh. The sister could not persuade him, and she would not abandon him or force him. So they used their arts to live long lives, close but separate, and they made a double foundation of monks and nuns, as chaste as they had always been, but each nun had a brother twin, and none could enter alone. Hold on a second. This is so long that it's actually going past where I have this set up. To show me the chat. So, let me toggle borders real quick. In time, the sister found her own immortality, and to this day she walks the world by moonlight. The brother died, and his bones are buried in the room beneath the well, but his children live on. Rowena the Lygian, protectress of the house, holds the mayor's key of Wormstone, which opens the door to nowhere. Now and then she has lent it unwisely, but only once has she lent it to Ys. Soul, skill, memory. Element of the soul, a pet, remains, or an omen. And yep, I remembered this one. It can take a key item, which means there aren't actually that many of those, but there's one that we know of. Hush House Key. That part of the soul called Shapt is left outside the white door of the Mansus as a key in the door, or as a sword outside a king's hall if you listen to the Noble Endeavor. Right. Let's see. The Deeds of the Scarred Captain, painstakingly assembled by a soldier of fortune and sometimes remittance man, Pavel Shulga, during his years in Greece. Onion rings, another side dish. An American import that became popular in England these last few years, improbably via the pages of Vogue. It is very hard among the reflections of the Rowanarium to understand what exactly or who has just opened, but I can see very clearly what has just been revealed. Towards a Fundamental Aesthetic 2nd edition. Our 3rd Newman. This is going to go right here for now until we find a more appropriate place for it. Bedside reading about the end of all things, etc., etc. Yeah. I'm just gonna turn this driftwood into Catwink, I don't give a shit. A surrealist painter, eh? Rail, Moth, and Rose. Rail, okay. Add Arab. That's gonna be 6. 7. 8. From the scales. I just need to craft a Witching Tisane. Do I have a Sacrament Calcite or Ruby-Wise Ruin? I believe I have Ruby-Wise Ruin. Somewhere around here. There we go. Ah, I see. You want us to get into this, to break into the sealed vault, huh? 8, 10, 11. Okay. 4 from the Surrealist painter herself. Then 4 from Rubywise Ruin. Makes 8. Two from Arab makes 10. 1 from Atul makes 11. Is there a better tool we can use? I think there might be, actually. But it's probably not worth using here. We would need 3 more from a combination of pigment and... Oh, right, memory! I forgot memory. Okay. I think our best grail memory is 2, so we'd only need 1 grail from food. Sly Alembic might be worth using. Unique but useless? Yeah, but this would be, oh, I guess it is a No, it's a beverage. It would contradict the Rubywise Ruin. Well, either way, I think this is doable. All I need to do is find... And this should be the easiest thing in the world to do. All I need to do is figure out a food item that has 1 grail. Now, we did make those plum croutons, but let's see if we can find something else. Got meringue. The blackberry jam for 1. Ah, grape salad. Right you are. We will go ahead and make that. So, okay. Okay, let's see. Alright, so I, the 12th librarian, am a snake. And also, I want this particular snake to be my successor as the 13th librarian. Peak snake session, yes. Right. So we come out of the gate with Arab. We have made our Catwink. Rose hips, excellent. Exactly what I wanted. And lots of vegetables that we'll need to deal with and organize. Right, Beguiling Melody. And now is when we give the Ruby-wise Ruin. Probably be doing that as well. And what the heck, one more run of the Moors. And we've got grape salad. Ah, this one counts as a first course. Let me make more of that, actually. No, I can't put them on the mortuary table. What the heck is in here? Let's find out. Oh, right, there was a cockatoo! On numerous occasions, this wonderful bird has remained almost entirely inaudible. Alright. He also has my Mazarine Fife workbench. Heck yeah. That will be something that we do eventually. Because making a new reusable tool is nothing to sneeze at. Oh, I bet you need sugar to make jams, huh? Well. Yeah. A Journey to the Grove. Neat. That book will go here for now. Abandoned luggage. Okay. Side dish, pudding, main course, first course, pudding, side dish, also a side dish, first course, no main course just yet. Yep, roast. Roast pheasant. And now... $14. A heavy marble door sealed with red wax, a triple lock chased with silver. Whew. Oh, we didn't even use the weather. I'm an idiot. I wonder... Can we get away with doing something silly? Okay. Refulgent at the last second! And here we go. We have the Vault. Did the Curie of the Isle construct this vault? They were not long. Most of them were not long. So they were not the Obliviates, that society of unseen immortals bound by 3 oaths. But this vault does seem to reference the oath called the Silver Chain, which forbade men to lie with women or women with men. For what may come is not always the crime of the sky, yet that is a furious danger. And here's a number of Newman. We have the Charitic Book of Suns, the Turquoise Hand, an uncatalogued Dawn Book, and a number of various caches. I'm always loath to open these because the boxes look so nice. Okay. Today is clouds. Okay. I'm a peer pressure you into opening nice boxes. No! No! Eh. Refulgen. A white so pure that remains visible even in utter darkness, like the moon or an insistent cat. Actually, Refulgen is something that I can probably put here. Hallowed Anthropoderm. Human skin in someone's luggage? Uh... we're just gonna put this up here and not think about it. Oh. The end of the affair. Stanislav John Schaller. Do we have one of his books? I think we do. Also learn his languages. Oh, wow, yeah, he has a lot of languages. Fusine, Sanskrit, Crack Track. We do not have him in the writing desk. So we're gonna start there. Oh, it's the nun. Hold on. 4... 6... Chlorine. Wait, why is this in the kitchen? Hold on, let me just rearrange a little bit here. Libidic tincture is not for eating. It goes over here. Ah, there we go. Father Stanislav John Schaller. That'll be for next summer, I suppose. Spring and summer. Right, pears. I want more pears. Yeah, we're getting the Honey Scar Jasmine. There's another one over here, but, oh, right. Wait, or no, we can't use the Weston Guyard. Alright. So now... Bless you and bless the house you serve. Right. Oh no! I don't know if that's a problem. Either way, I'll invite him back. I was probably supposed to start with that. Okay. He is Nectar and Heart. It's a nice and easy heart book. Probably Apollo and Marcius, right? Yes. Right. Moors. A living relic! I had no idea that that egg was up there. I made this guy manually in my other save. Few of these have been seen in the world under this sun. We got a turtle! Where will he live? He's gonna stick around in the Rowanarium. A good lad. We're just gonna use the clouds for this. I don't care. He probably likes it there, yeah. How encouraging. Okay. Sully? Hold on a second. Did you hop in while I wasn't looking again? No, it doesn't look like you did.
You're a dork.
Oh, what the heck? Wait, oh my god, I'm stupid. The stream didn't hear you because my output device is not actually set to my headphones on Discord. So that came through my computer speakers. Well, yeah, you heard you, but it was through my actual microphone, not where it's supposed to be. Oh, you didn't hear Sully? Well, I think that Sully said, I'm trying to come up with something embarrassing for Sully to have said since he can't defend himself, but I actually coming up blank because I don't want to be too mean.
I said supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
Hi. And then he left again. What a legend. Uncontainable, yes. Anyways, I've got to go for game night. If Con raids tonight, tell him I disagree with Bernoulli's principle. It'll mean absolutely nothing to him. Okay. I will do that. Ah, there he is. He needs nectar. Blood drips from wet-edged cracks in the ceiling here, pooling on the floor. Another rage-fueled presence that I could use help to lay. There we go. Alright, let's find something to do with the rest of all of this nonsense. I see. Once you learn Cracktrack, you just need to use a doll for the sun disfigured. I forgot the other ones. Got it. Let's see. One of the 8 languages the Friar knows should work for another Newman book. Yeah, I thought you mentioned it was Cracktrack, or do you mean, Yeah, no, this is Friar. Well, also, apparently it's Father Stanislav John Schaller, not necessarily Friar, but I might be wrong about that. At least that's what it says in Singlefoot songs. Oh. No. Father Stanislav John Schaller. Animal bones. Neat. Smash or pass, Father Schaller. I'm sorry, I didn't get my titles right, geez. As a rule, I generally don't, do anything with religious men. But other than that, I suppose he's attractive enough. I gotta say pass here. Harvey Haddington, during his convalescence at the house, became obsessed with meringuing techniques. He was known to sneak down to the kitchens and interfere with the cooks in pursuit of his ideal. Ah, heck. Does he not care about his own book here? I guess not. All right. Well, either way. Crack track. Oop. Ah, only in spring or summer. Electro Frog to the Hush House. Uh. All right. Let's try something fun with crafting. I just made a salt sign. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go ahead and use our whist to reread the Republic of Teeth. And simultaneously, up at the Nona desk, we're going to use our Weston Grired Arab to read the Moon's Egg. Clouds. Ugh. At least I can use it on this. Here's where we use our second whist. To a pale lady. Chat to check for unusual help. That over in the moors again. And what the heck? Sure. Or no, not Pearl and Tide. We want that around. Sea Stories. Grab some more Honey Scar Jasmine. As well as some Fragrant Chalice, I think. I'll save the last health card for now, just to see. Right. Crack Track. Excellent. And then we're gonna... Clouds, Tryst, Sickle and Eclipse. Out here straight up winking it, and by it I mean, haha, my cat. See, the game thinks I'm hilarious. Unhinged joke. Intuition. Confounding Parable. I really like, by the way, that Intuition is a closed-up rose, and then Confounding Parable is a wide-open rose. It feels like they're two stages of the same thing. You can even see the roses coming out of the egg on both of them. These are just two of the same image from a different perspective. Anyway. At the Shrine to St. Januarius, Assault Sign, a Confounding Parable, my Intuition, a little bit of Fete, and Pearl and Tide to make an Enduring Reflection. We're grabbing a Memory of Salt as well, because we'll need Pearl and Tide again in a minute. A Fugitive. Alright. Let's see. Edge, Heart, Scale. I remember we've had trouble with scale in the past, trying to find enough various influences. Cuckoo honey is always possible. 8. Mackerel and pilchards work, but not well. Canned ham has a bit of scale. Let me see. There's a couple of better scale beverages, but they're a little bit difficult to get to. What about sustenance? Domaine Raveline is scale, right? I don't think so. Oh no, there's a tiny bit of scale on Domaine Raveline. Still, not a lot. Yeah, unfortunately, we're not going to be able to get scale particularly high at the moment. What about edge? Can we do anything there? Oh, we do also have 14 edge. That's another possibility. So, we would need to put together 10 edge from other things. Metal and Era both give 1 edge. So you would need 9 from other things. Oh, sorry. I don't think there's, without, like, special, powerful things, there's not really a good way to get to 14 from standard things right now. Even 12 is a bit high. What about heart? Can we do anything with heart? Heart is workable. And heart tends to be a lot easier. We've got core, so that's 6 already. And, the mop would be 7. And a storm memory would be enough. So yes, let's do that. And meanwhile... Apples! Oh, excellent. Avis Locks. Not particularly exciting. And Catwink. I was like, wait, what's this? But it's just part of the Vagabond desk. Okay. There's the storm memory. Just in time. Talk to our fugitive friend about it. And an enduring reflection, a persistent memory with 3 rows. Refine what is, recall what remains. we can use that. The shadow here is a sentinel. To enter it unprepared is to risk dissolution. I must bear a memory like a torch in the dark. An enduring reflection is exactly what I need. The Vinzant Inscriptions. Wait. Okay, Vinzant's Minglings is the other one. Everett Vinzant transcribed these from a cliff in Anatolia, where he famously survived a lightning strike. He died 7 years later to the day. His bones, the legend has it, were hot to the touch. Well. Okay. Everett Vinzant's the Flash. God, it's so big. Okay. Anything I can do with this stuff? Nothing I have the soul elements for. Hold on, let me find where to put down these apples. Over there. Now. We should be able to wrench book this again. And we have Pearl and Tide back, so... Right, we needed 2 memories. We're reading the Republic of Teeth again. Faust for help with letters. And now the fugitive has 9 heart. And once we're done here, we can use him to unlock the blockaded stairs. And this is what we'll use for our Erebon. The Velvet. An hour of secrecy? Ignorance? Privacy? Shame? The Velvet has never encouraged insight, investigation, or worship. Even an image of her is unusual. Someone has filled these stairs with balks of timber and broken furniture. They filled the timber and furniture with signs to bring shadow and despair. Did they want to prevent an intruder from passing or a resident from leaving? Either way, it'll be difficult and careful work to open the stairs. Right. Now we have intuition back. Pearl and Tide. Wait, was that what I wanted to do? I've already committed Pearl and Tide here. Seems copacetic? Do you mean copacetic? Or is that... I don't know what that word means. Let's see here. Pearl and Tide has... Gotcha. Apologies, I don't mean to call you out. I just genuinely don't understand sometimes. So, okay, anything that has moon, we can do here. You know what? I'm gonna pivot hard. You generally get it even when I just send it bad spelling and all. Fair enough, fair enough. It wasn't the original plan, but I'm going to increase Serpents and Venoms. Oh, right. Oh, yes, this is my shipment of sugar. I remember now. Also, why is the Essential Perios down here? That's gonna go up here with the Lock of Human Hair. Long ago, the Sisterhood of the Knot recounted, the Forge loved the hour called the Sun in Splendor. The Red Grail long anticipated their union, and the Grail priestesses prophesied it. The remainder of the text consists of gloating remarks by the Grail priestesses of the shaping that will come, interpolated with warnings and laments from those of the Sisterhood who serve the Ringyu and especially the Horned Axe. Nevertheless, an invocation to the Forge is included as part of an attempt to urge it onwards. Transformations and Liberations, and it's a Foresight book. Right. So this should be our shipment of 3 sugars. And now let's test out the thing I'd been wanting to do. Infinite cooking hack. Yep, rose hip jam. So, jam is anything that can be jammed plus sugar. Fog. Interesting. Journal of Thomas de Wolf. Pickling is alcohol in this game. Don't ask the game designers, though wine might do it. Interesting, okay. So, now we've got more rose hip jam because we found more rose hips. Speaking of, we're going back to the moors. Alright. Avis Lux has winter aspect. What can we do with that? I don't think much. I think, like, technically that means that later on we can use it instead of Blue Crown to make Solomon's Preparation year-round, but we would have to have much higher winter for that. Let's see. What other crafting stations do we have that take flowers? Actually, let's take a look at the Rowanarium as a crafting station. It's got a Scolacosophy evolution. It's Grail, Moth, Rose, Winter. And then you can add an element, pet, an extra soul element, pet, remains, and omen. A memory, the key, which, admittedly, we can still potentially use the key for its 3 knock 3 winter aspect, so that's actually nothing to sneeze at. Remains or pigment. Please don't scream at me, Rowena. Okay. You could make year tallies there. Not a bad idea. Let's see what we can actually do. Okay. So, the thing about the key that's interesting is that it pretty much always comes back. So even if we lose this, it will return. So, okay. What winter skills do we have? Sight and Sensations, Ragged Crossroads, and Rhyme and Remembrance. Sight and Sensations makes Eigengrau. Ragged Crossroads makes a bittersweet certainty and possibly and Solomon's preparation. What does Rhyme of Remembrance do? Remains. Well, there we go. We just need remains that have Winter of 2. Or some other way to get Winter 2. Yes, that'll work. Okay. Here's what we're doing. Okay. Couple things to do. Reread the 5 letters on memory. Reread Vinzant inscriptions. Reread To a Pale Lady. Use Shapt to check once again. Oh, yes. Forgot to actually look at this. The secret artery of the house. All those abbots and barons and all their crowds of retainers needed their chamber pots emptied and their boots cleaned. These are the stairs that the boots and the chamber pots went up and down. They were notoriously cramped and treacherous. It was a rare year some poor scullion didn't crack an ankle. It was the Suppression Bureau at very long last who remodeled the stairs and put in electric lights. And people say the Suppression Bureau never did Hush House any good. Lepidoptery displays Grail and heart-centric, but otherwise a relatively ordinary bit. But more to the point, we have restored the entirety of the main body of Hush House. And you know what? think I'll grab one more Honey Scar Jasmine, but I'm running out of space for it, so I'll probably stop there. One of my hearts now will be used to... Actually... No, grapes are only in spring and summer. As much as I hate storing them, we do pretty much need our vegetables. Poet. Winter Moth Sky. Salt. Foresight. Regret. Okay. So. Putting together Foresight and Regret, we're trying to understand more of transformations and liberations. Meanwhile... Memory of Salt. The Key to Hush House. Animal Bones. Our Whist. And... Was it the Ragged Crossroads? No, it was Rhyme and Remembrance. Essential Periost. Alrighty. So what we're doing here is trying to get to 10 winter. Whist is the first step. Then... Lady Ava's Repose. There we are. Transformations and Liberations 3. That's either Ithistry or Illumination. Alright, from Light. If even the sun's division was a plan, then once we complete that plan, we'll bring the second dawn and unite the sun. It won't be easy, but what great work ever is? Illumination might show the way. If the sun has failed, then we must manufacture our own second dawn with eye, with hand, with the light beneath the heart. It won't be easy, but what great work ever is? Ithistry might shape the way. That's an interesting dichotomy. I like that. Either we go by we assume the sun knew what it was doing, and that this is a transformation to complete the plan, or if the sun's failed, then it falls to us. Now, I think that Transformations and Liberations fits better in Ithistry than Illumination, and that's what I'm going to go with. Plus, it gives me an extra Faust, which is nice. Mushrooms! For a second, I thought that was a pile of skulls, and I was like, what the hell did I find in the moors? But no, that's mushrooms. Marangum. We... Meringued mushrooms? Oh dear, the sugar's floating off the ground slightly. I have forgotten how I'm actually supposed to make meringue in the first place. Is it just milk? No. Oh, shoot. Oh, what the heck? Why are they just floating there? Sugar egg. No? No, apparently not. Okay, hold on. Oh, you need a bowl. Duh. And Dr. Serena Blackwood. This is actually our first time meeting her, because we got her address from her sending us the letter case in the first place. now. That's the same. Use it with an egg. Liquid. Aha. Okay. I know what to do. I'm gonna grab a pattern. Okay. Memory regret. Myself a little bit of water as usual. Gonna be getting back our fatigued Shap for something in a minute. Got meringue, and now... You wanted this, not me. Mushroom meringue. God help us all. Essential Periost. We got lots of this stuff now. Right, and now our poet should be ready to help us unlock. A ferocious heat has scorched, even melted the stones. But at the bridge, it's only here and there. Or as at the bridge, it's only here and there. Horribly, here and there, mostly to see where people happen to be standing. Charred, cracked bones scattered the yard. And here we go. It's always so very strange to be back. Thank you again for taking on the place. There we go. Now, here's what we're doing. The great signs and the great scars with a pattern. Using Shapt makes an amethyst ampule. Oh, I didn't check. Hold on. Does no Fusine, but I'm actually doing this in order to get a little bit more Spintria because we just spent a lot on the Journal of Thomas DeWolf. I just wanted to get a tiny bit of extra money out of Season. That over here for now. Is there a moon one? Doesn't look like up here now. Right. This works. Double Tryst to create Catwink. Because we are going to be needing a lot of ink. Mushroom Remain. Mushroom Meringue. What in the Wolf Divided's most splintered name hath here been wrought? Base, what did you do? What did you make me do? What is this? I'm just gonna put this on, I'm just gonna put this here. Hopefully Solomon Husher will like it. And here we are. Exercise yard. The jail was nicknamed the Cucurbit for the alchemist's flask that distills and refines. Prisoners would become better versions of themselves, realigned to responsibility. Hence, though it would have been much safer to confine the more potent inmates to their sealed cells, Governor Cullers insisted that even they should be allowed fresh air and exercise. There we go. And just in time, we have the Amethyst Ampule. This is nice. It's a Nock liquid. Now, it's not drinkable. It has its uses, but none of them are simple, and few are safe. But what we're going to do with it is actually... Yeah, it is also a glass, which is important for some things. Add the fog. Alright. Let's check some things. Actually, wait. We can do the trick again! Oh my god, it works with Nock. Oh, no it doesn't. The key gives Nock, but there's actually no other way to get... There's no good other way to get Nock in there. Okay. Aha. Can make it work with Nock with a quest. I suppose so, but there's another way. And all we need to do at this point is one more pattern. granite slab. And more Catwink. I like to imagine the Suppression Bureau has a Bad Boys style cop show, but it's so redacted. Yeah, that would be wonderful. Okay. You know what? Here we go. Fog and pattern. You aren't allowed to see what Zack is like now, but he's in 90% of the episodes because he's so efficient. Wonderful. Okay. Or wait, I needed to find a place to add the liquid. Alright, this one doesn't take liquid. So I'll need a place that takes knock and liquid. The dispensary will do. I probably didn't actually need this pattern, come to think of it. Oh well. Alright. I need one more from a flower. Do I have any knock flowers? Yes, I do. The moth orchid works. And I have plenty of them. Yeah. Okay. Glassfinger Toxin. Just before I let this pattern uselessly expire, I want to see if there's one last thing I can do with it, like total Hail Mary play. Hawthorne Blank to the rescue! Holy shit! Check this out. Weston Griard, Arab. The Great Signs and the Great Scars, a pattern in the Shadow slot, which doesn't require to match with this, and in the Substance slot, which takes wood, we add Hawthorn and make another Amethyst Ampule. I am a genius! Oh god, I'm turning into Thyrza Blake, aren't I? Oh god. Oh my god, fog again. Alright. That said... Just a moment. Let me organize these last things, but... Let me give it another 30 seconds, but... It's now about... 6 or so hours since I started the stream, and it is midnight where I am. I should probably wrap up soon. And I think today is a good day to do it. There we go. Fuck it, vegetables are migrating upstairs. And our additional Amethyst Ampules are gonna go somewhere around here. Do you know much about the 5 different origins of man in-game? Not in-game? I know that there's the Carapace Cross, but I don't know any of the others. Going to start off with this, though. One where man rose from muck, one was the origin where we ate our previous history, one was where we descended from motes of light. Glassfinger Toxin. What is within, without, what is without, within. A poison sacred to the votaries of the Menisket. Okay. So you've told me 3 of them. What are the other 2? Because I'm noticing something, and if I know all of them, I might be able to point something out. Well, what I'm noticing, right, is that these seem to broadly parallel the 5 different origins of gods. You know, gods from light, flesh, stone, blood, and nowhere. So, for example, one where we rose from muck, that would, I think, be analogous to the gods from stone. One where we descended from motes of light, that's obviously gods from light. One where we ate our previous history. There's a history where we rose from a pool of blood. Yeah, gods from blood. Ate our previous history, that's probably gods from nowhere. And so the last one would be gods from flesh, and that's the Carapace cross, right? That's coming from the flesh of our forebears. I think I'm onto something here. Anywho, we got our Glassfinger Toxin. We've set that up. And I think now is as good a time as any to say goodnight. Hold on. Stream save 3 would be stream save 4. Just the one N, but yes. Good night, base. As always, it has been really, really fun. Right. So. Good night, everybody. Thank you all so much for coming. I know I've been talking mainly to Base here. Base is a very active commenter, but I appreciate every single one of you. Talk to text says to ends. To ends. Fair enough. I appreciate every single one of you, and I will see you some other time with Book of Hours. Oh dear, I've just noticed, has the bottom been cut off this whole time? I need to fix that. Alright. Let's see who we're rating. Let's go with Usagi Heaven. Alrighty. Once again, everyone, thank you all so much for coming. Love you all, and have a good night. Bye-bye. Great.